I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Barnett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, Doty, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson the 15th, Jackson the 11th, Jackson the 32nd, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McComb, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Spar, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Witherspoon, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Will the senators please rise for the invocation to be given by Senator Chad McMahon and the pledge to be delivered by Senator David Jordan. Senator McMahon.
Bow with me in prayer. It's written in Matthew, Jesus said, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the gentle, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be satisfied. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall receive mercy. Blessed are the poor in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons of God. Blessed are those who have been persecuted for the sake of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of God. Blessed are you when men cast insults at you and persecute you and say all kinds of evil against you falsely on account of me. Rejoice and be glad. Your reward is great, for so they prosecuted the prophets who were before you. Your word is precious to me, Lord. And those words that you spoke, Jesus, over 2,000 years ago or still have meaning throughout every generation. Thank you for your mercy and love. Forgive us of our sins. And let us be kind to each other and merciful, just as you and your Father are merciful to us. By the words of Jesus and in the name of Jesus, amen.
Amen. Congratulations to the flag. Congratulations to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I like an old sword.
I do too. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Messages and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of titles, bills, and resolutions. Recognize Senator Polk.
Mr. President, move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the title, bills, and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. First, we will start, before we get to the calendar, on introductions. Introductions of guests. Senator Jackson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to read the title of the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 525, a concurrent resolution recognizing and congratulating former state senator and current recently elected Central Transportation Commissioner Willie Simmons as the first African-American elected to the Mississippi Transportation Commission. Whereas Willie Simmons is entering his first term as Central District Transportation Commissioner, which covers 22 counties of North Mississippi with a population of approximately 1 million people. And whereas Commissioner Simmons served as a Mississippi State Senator for more than 26 years, first elected in 1993. For the last 8 years, he served as chairman of the Senate Highways and Transportation Committee. And whereas under his leadership in the Senate, over $5 billion was spent throughout the state on the construction and upgrade of federal and state roads, county and municipal streets and bridges, and also millions of dollars on public transit, ports, railroads, airports, and other infrastructure support systems. He played an integral role on projects such as the repair of the Woodrow Wilson Bridge in Jackson, the upgrade and repair of Highway 8 in Cleveland, and the Highway 82 bypass in Leland, among many others. And whereas he also served as chairman of the Corrections Committee and vice chairman of the Public Health and Welfare Committee. Commissioner Willie Simmons is a man of integrity and hard work with a complete knowledge of Mississippi's highway finance and correction systems. And there is an acknowledged respect of our esteemed colleague, gentleman, and enlightened lawmaker. And whereas Simmons served as Deputy Commissioner of Corrections prior to joining the Mississippi State Senate. Before that time, he served as a combat veteran of the Vietnam War. He is a graduate of Alcorn State University and received a Master of Science degree and Educational Specialist degree from Delta State University. He is a member of Solomon Chapel African Methodist Episcopal Church, and his affiliations include American Correctional Association, Bolivar County, 100 Black Men, Prince Hall Mason, Omega Psi Phi, NAACP, and Alcorn State University and Delta State University Alumni Associations. And whereas he is married to Rose Sibley Simmons, and they have 4 children, Avery, Christopher, Reginald, and Sarita, and 10 grandchildren. And whereas Commissioner Simmons' service has been marked by his commitment to success and recognized leadership, sound judgment, and fairness. He has set the highest standard in all his many roles as a father, husband, businessman, veteran, citizen, statesman, leader in the Mississippi Senate, and Commissioner of Mississippi Transportation Commissioner, and as a true friend. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby recognize and congratulate former State Senator and newly elected Central Transportation Commissioner Willie Simmons as the first African American elected to the Mississippi Transportation Commission. And we wish Willie and his family much success in their future endeavors. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Commissioner Willie Simmons, forwarded to the Mississippi Transportation Commission, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Senator Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. From the schools of Utica, Mississippi, to the purple and gold of Alcorn State University, to teaching in the Mississippi Delta, to serving his country in Vietnam, to working at the Department of Correction, to being a Mississippi State Senator, to now being the first Black Transportation Commissioner in the history of this state. Willie Simmons has been guided by the light that he was working in the cotton fields of Utica alongside his sisters and brothers with his parents who taught him the value of hard work. A sense of purpose, Willie Simmons has used that purpose to bring about change in every area of his life. We are proud to claim him as one of our own, Commissioner Willie Simmons. Mr. President, although she's a freshman, I would like to yield the podium if you agree to let Senator Sarita Simmons say a few words.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is a blessing to be here this morning. It is truly a blessing to be able to stand here at this moment to honor my father. I am extremely proud of my father for all of his accomplishments. My father's bedrock principles of being loyal and faithful has brought us a long way. It is an honor to have placed him in the Mississippi State Senate. Again, I want to welcome Commissioner Willie Simmons. As the Mississippi State Senate, we would like to honor you on today as the first African American to serve as Transportation Commissioner.
Mr. President, I ask that I yield to Commissioner Simmons to say a few words.
Commissioner, you are recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
Good morning. Governor Holden, thank you, my friend, for allowing me to come, and my former colleagues as well as the freshmen. Thank you, the Mississippi State Senate, for allowing me to come and be honored in this manner. And to have Senator Simmons representing District 13, who is the daughter of my wife and mine. We are so proud of her and so proud that we have this opportunity to be here. Let me just say quickly, because I know you have a lot of work to do, that 26 years of serving in the state senate, and there were some of you here when I came in, like Kirby and Hart Brown and Jackson and Blackman. You were senators here when I walked in the door some 26, 27 years ago now, and you welcomed me to this organization along with many other freshman senators and put us on a pathway that allowed us to do a lot of good things. Welfare reform, prison reform, where we grew the correction system from 10,000 beds to 21,000, education reform, medical reform, and just on and on and on that we were a part of during those 26 years. But one of the things that I was most proud of, that I could walk over to Senator Hart Brown and Senator Jackson and Senator Barbara Blackman, who were good Democrats, and I could ask them the question, what should we do? And they gave me guidance. But in addition to that, I could walk over to Dean Kirby, who was a Republican, who always had my back. And he always told me he had my back. As a matter of fact, he always sat in the chair behind me, regardless of what chair I would move to. Kirby would find me and come and sit behind me because he'd say, Willie Simmons, I need to have your back. And I'm a Republican from Rankin County, but I have your back. But through the years, we could go to Senator Pope, a Republican from down in Hattiesburg. We could go to just any number of individuals that we work with, and we never allowed party affiliation or the region of the state to interfere with our ability to work. As a matter of fact, I heard many of you say when I was on the campaign trail that one of the attributes that we like about you, and one of the reasons that we're going to elect you as Transportation Commissioner, is because of your willingness and your ability to be able to work with individuals regardless of where they was from, regardless of their race, regardless of their political party. And we enjoyed those 26 years being able to make things happen as a result of that. Today we come saying thank you, and we want to give you much appreciation for that. But let me just say one thing, and I should never do it because I saw other individuals who come before the state senate who was not a member of the senate and try and tell you what to do. So I'm not going to try and tell you what to do, but I would like you to consider a couple things. One, when you get ready to sign it out this year, I hope that you, if no one has already decided to do it, but I hope, Senator Kirby, that you all would sign it out in memory of all of those individuals from Mississippi that have lost their lives to COVID-19. In addition to that, I would hope you would do a resolution and sign it down in honor of those individuals who work daily as essential workers, making sure that we are all healthy and able to go do what we're doing. In addition to that, this is the day that I hope you will decide to do something similar to what a great president of the United States did when he went to Berlin, and that was President Reagan. And President Reagan stood in Berlin and looked at a wall that was standing behind him because that wall was divisive. And he said about that wall, tear this wall down. I hope that you, as my former colleague and freshmen, would decide to say about our flag, which is very divisive, It is very destructive and for our economy, but it also was a someone that was defeated when a time when we were struggling as a country. But let us go forward, because that divisiveness that it creates is not good for this state, and it's not good for what we do. So I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor for the remarks that I saw that he had made on yesterday, where he said it was time, and that it was time for the legislative body to do it. And when I saw that the Republican Party leadership this morning was saying that it's time, I hope all of you will find in your heart to be like Ronald Reagan when he said, tear that wall down in Berlin, and let's move the flag, do it respectfully for those who want it, and put it someplace where they can remember it. But let's take that division down and go forward in this state so that Mississippi will be the best that it can be and inclusive. When I was in Vietnam, we fought in the war, and we were very proud soldiers. We ate soup out of cans together, black and white. It didn't matter. And we went to battle, and we fought together. But there was two things that kept us together. And there were three things. There was one, to defeat the enemy. Secondly, it was the United States flag that we would see flying. And then it was Bob Hope, who would bring the USO show to Vietnam. And it didn't matter whether it was Charlie Pride. It didn't matter whether it was B.B. King. It didn't matter whether it was Elvis Presley. It didn't matter whether it was Tammy Wynette. The music that they brought to us and that beautiful flag flying brought us in unity. We can have the same kind of flag in Mississippi that bring entire Mississippi together and make Mississippi a better place. Thank you for honoring me. Thank you for having me to serve. Thank you for God's blessing, and may God bless Mississippi.
Senator Moran, you are recognized briefly, and then we'll have Senator Kirby, if you'd come up for a moment, and then we'll
Thank you, Mr. President. If everyone will turn their attention to the North Gallery, we have two special guests with us today from the University of Southern Mississippi, as my desk mate, Mr. John Polk, reminds me of. We have Mr. Scott Berry, the baseball coach. If you all would please stand. And on the west end, we have my dear friend, Ms. Joy Lee McNillis, the girls' basketball coach, and she and I went to school together. I just look older than she does. But anyway, she's a great lady, and the good folks from our university, please help us to make them feel welcome.
Coach, most of us have 4 years of eligibility remaining. So you're in good hands here. We're so pleased to have you here, in the record and the lifestyle you have for the University of Southern Mississippi. Next, I believe Senator Norwood. Senator Norwood. He's in the gallery to the south gallery. Senator Norwood, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This morning, we appreciate the honor of recognizing two of our state's greatest. First, we'd like to recognize A.D. Ashley Robinson, and Ms. Clerk would request that the resolution be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Senate concurrent resolution number 580, a concurrent resolution recognizing and congratulating Ashley Robinson, Vice President and Director of Athletics at Jackson State University, as the first African American selected as President of the Division I Football Championship Subdivision Athletics Directors Association. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby recognize and congratulate Ashley Robinson, Vice President and Director of Athletics at Jackson State University, as the first African American selected as President of the Division I Football Championship Subdivision Athletics Directors Association, and extend the best wishes of the legislature to Coach Robinson and his family for future success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to the Director of Athletics, Ashley Robinson, forwarded to the Acting President of Jackson State University and the Board of Trustees of State Institutions of Higher Learning, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Mr. President, I'd just like to say a few things, and then I'd like for A.D. Robinson to have a few words. But first of all, he has led Jackson State to some of the highest of heights. And football has the highest academic progress rate of 973 of all FCS institutions, 88% graduation success rate, signed a contract with Nike. Overall athletics has a GPA of 3.6. Women's basketball SWAC championship, and 15 of 16 teams finished 19 of 20 with 3.0 or higher. His motto rims around fiscal responsibility and balance the budget. He leads the FCS in attendance in football and has improved community relationship. Mr. President, would just request A.D. Robinson have a few words.
Thank you, Senator. You're recognized, sir.
Good morning. Thank you all. Thank the senators. Thank Senator Norwood, and thank the support of the community of Jackson, Mississippi. I think in the city of Jackson, with a strong Jackson State, it's always a strong city of Jackson. So thank you all for your support. I'd like to thank all my coaches, all my administrators, and I'd like to thank the Southwestern Athletic Conference and all our peers in the conference as well. Thank you for your support, and go Tigers. And lastly, I'd like to recognize President Hudson. Thank you for your support, and also my lovely wife, Danielle Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'd like to present A.D. Robinson with this resolution. And one thing, he was surprised, had no idea that this was going on today. He thought he was coming down to support snacks, but he came down to be honored himself.
Thank you.
Senator, surely someone that can shoot a basketball like that can talk also. Would you like to say a few words? Would you like to be recognized to say a few words, or is that it, Senator?
Yeah, Mr. President, I'd like to play the video first.
Please do.
The big man, Thomas Snacks Lee, is on top of the world after winning the Can't Stop Watching Moment of the Year award in the 2020 SEC Sunday Night. Jackson State former team manager stole the hearts of many in the sports world, going viral on social media after turning a three-pointer in his first ever game of organized basketball. The Tigers blow out the win over
President, could the clerk read the resolution?
Read the resolution. Please read the resolution.
Senate concurrent resolution number 579, a concurrent resolution recognizing and congratulating Jackson State University viral star Thomas Snacks Lee for winning the ESPY Award for the Can't Stop Watching Moment of the Year. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby recognize and congratulate Jackson State University viral star Thomas Snacks Lee for winning the ESPY Award for the Can't Stop Watching Moment of the Year, and extend to Snacks and his team members and best wishes for future successes. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Snacks Lee and his family, forwarded to Jackson State University Acting President Thomas Hudson, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Thank you.
Mr. President, and to my colleagues, Snacks is a very electrifying young man. He not only works as the trainer or with the basketball team, he works the crowd. He's always walking through the crowd, shaking hands, hugging, and every young lady that he sees grabs her and kisses and hugs her. So he's a very electrifying young man. Mr. President, will be allowed to say a few words?
Snacks, you're recognized to say a few words.
Good morning, everybody. I want to give a special shout out to President Hudson A.D. Robinson, as well as Coach Brandon, my teammates, for giving me the opportunity for my moment to happen, as well as my family for their support, and the whole state of Mississippi for rallying around me to help make history and bring the ESPY home to Mississippi. So I thank everyone for their efforts and support.
Thank you. Senator Norwood, I only have one question, and I've wondered this: how have you measured the distance of that shot? How long was that shot?
I haven't measured the distance, but it was pretty far. So
It was. Great shot. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's give him one last hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Snacks. And thank you, JSU. Okay, we'll go to the calendar of the day, local and private. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Senator. If you'll hold on, I think we have some other introductions first. So, Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an introduction.
You're recognized for an introduction.
It's my pleasure to introduce the doctor of the day from Pontotoc, Dr. John Mitchell. He's the director of Mississippi Physician Workforce, and please welcome him to our state senate.
Senator Doty, recognized for an introduction.
Yes, Mr. President. I have with me today some constituents, longtime educators in public schools in Lincoln County, Mississippi. Ms. Jennifer Whittier and her husband Greg Whittier. They're over here to our left. Jennifer was before the Senate Education Committee this morning to be placed on the Charter School Board Authorizing Board, and we look forward to taking that up here in the Senate later on, I hope today. So if y'all would help me welcome Jennifer and Greg Whittier to the Senate.
Senator Boyd for an introduction.
Mr. President, I'd ask the Senate to help me welcome Dr. Alexa Lampton. That's a constituent of Senator Frazier and a longtime family friend of mine with the University of Mississippi Dental School. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further introductions, we'll go to the calendar of the day. Senator McMahon.
Good morning, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 3 on today's calendar and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1468, City of Pass Christian, clarify operation of golf courts and low-speed vehicles within city.
Make the usual motion.
Chairman makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Senator McMahon.
Senators, this is standard language to allow the city of Pass Christian the opportunity to have golf carts and other low-speed vehicles on the roads and develop ordinances. Unless there are any questions, I move by passage of the morning roll call.
Senator McMahon suggests use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object? Would anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Mr. Clerk, please record all voting aye by use of the morning roll call. Senator McMahon.
Mr. President, I pull up item 4 on today's calendar and ask that the bill be read.
Please read the bill, or
House
the title.
Bill 1579, Jackson County authorized to allow the payment of certain accounts receivable by credit cards and other forms of electronic payment.
I make the usual motion.
Senator McMahon makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The aye has it. Senator McMahon.
I think we got one eye on that. No no's.
Yeah.
That was
One
fortunate.
to nothing on that one.
Fortunate for Jackson County. This is a simple bill. It just allows Jackson County Board of Supervisors to enter into an agreement with a credit card vendor to allow them to take judgments and fines and retail merchandise by credit card. If there aren't any questions, I move by passage of the morning roll call.
Senator McMahon requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present all present as voting aye by use of the morning roll call. Senator McMahon.
Mr. President, I call up item 5 on today's calendar. Ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1586, Coahoma County authorized reserve and trust fund to be used to finance and fire station bypass.
Make the usual motion.
Senator McMahon makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes has it. Senator McMahon.
Again, fortunate for Coahoma County, they got one eye and no nays. This authorizes the county to make some, to access their trust fund and make some deposits, or access the trust fund to allow them to finance the jail, fire station, and other expenses. If there aren't any questions, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator McMahon requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present at the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator McMahon.
I call up item 6 on today's calendar and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1606, City of Water Valley, authorized a tax on restaurants to promote tourism, parks, and recreation.
I make the usual motion.
Senator McMahon makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. We had several ayes. Senator, ayes have it. Senator McMahon.
This is a local and private bill authorizing a tax on restaurants to promote tourism, parks, and recreation in the city of Water Valley. It allows the city the authority to have that taxing capability. If there are not any questions, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? See, no? 2 no's, Senator Sojourner, Senator McDaniel. Anyone else wish to be recorded as voting no? Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, please record all present other than McMahon and Sojourner as voting aye by use of the morning roll call. Senator, I said McMahon, I meant McDaniel, excuse me. Too many Macs around here.
I call up item on today's calendar, number 7, ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1661, City of Pearl, extend repeal date on tax on hotels, motels, and restaurants to promote tourism.
Make the usual motion.
Senator McMahon makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator McMahon.
This extends the date, the repealer on the tax for hotel, motel, and restaurants to promote tourism in the city of Pearl. If there are not any questions, I move by passage on the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Please record Senator McDaniel, Senator Sojourner, Senator Hill as voting no. Anyone else wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator McMahon.
I call up item 8 on today's calendar and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1608, Forest County, authorized to maintain electronic format of law books in county courtroom and public county law library.
Senator
Make the
McMahon.
usual motion.
Senator McMahon makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator McMahon.
This is language to allow Forest County to maintain an electronic format of the logbooks in the county courtroom and public library. If there's not any questions, I move by passage on the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, the senator requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator McMahon.
I take up item 9 on today's calendar and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1621, Tallahatchie County, authorized leasing of certain county property for certain lease period to establish memorial sites for the late Emmett Till.
Make the usual motion.
Senator McMahon makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator McMahon.
This authorizes Tallahatchie County to lease property for the memorial site of the late Emmett Till. If there aren't any questions, I move by passage on the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, senator requests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator McMahon.
I take up item 10 on today's calendar and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1649, Leaf and Bowie River Development District, authorized cities of Hattiesburg and Petal and Forest County to establish.
Senator McMahon.
I make the usual motion.
Senator McMahon makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator McMahon.
This bill allows the city of Hattiesburg, Petal, and Forest City to create a board and to donate money to create a park between a bridge. So each city will have a portion of that, and the bridge unites the park. It'll be a pedestrian walkway. If there aren't any questions, I move by passage on the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator McMahon requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator McMahon.
Take up item 11 on today's calendar and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1678, Grenada County, establish Grenada County Partnership as Economic and Industrial Development Authority.
Make the usual motion.
Senator McMahon makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All against no. The ayes have it. Senator McMahon.
This is language. We had a Senate companion bill for Senator Chazanal on this, but she yielded to her colleagues in the House as graciously and allowed this to come forward from the House. But this establishes a Greater County Partnership for Economic and Industrial Development Authority. If there aren't any questions, I move by passage on the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, the senator requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Bill's passed. Senator McMahon.
Take up item 12 on today's calendar and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1736, Jackson County, authorized contribution to various organizations.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator McMahon.
This allows Jackson County Board of Supervisors to make authorized contributions to various charity organizations. If there are not any questions, I move by passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call if there's no questions. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator McMahon.
Call up item 13 on today's calendar and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1777, Town of Blue Mountain, authorized expansion of water and sewer system for a certain distance outside of town.
Senator McMahon.
I make the usual motion.
Senator McMahon makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. Wow. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator McMahon.
I wanted to bring it to the attention of the chamber. This is an unusual bill. The town of Blue Mountain is asking for authorization to create a water and sewer system up to 15 miles outside of their municipality. And so there is some legislation in here, and it also empowers the Public Service Commissioner has authority over this as well. So any plan will have to also be approved not only by the city, it will also have to be approved by the Public Service Commissioner. If there aren't any questions, I move by passage on the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, send a request to use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator McMahon.
Call up item 14 on today's calendar and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1778, Alcorn, Benton, Prentiss, Tippah, Tishomingo counties, extend repeal on authority to contribute to Northeast Mississippi Community Services.
Senator McMahon.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator McMahon makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator McMahon.
This bill empowers Alcorn, Benton, Prentiss, Tippah, Tishomingo counties the authority to make contributions to Northeast Mississippi Community Services. If there aren't any questions, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Senator McMahon requests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call. Senator McMahon.
I yield the mic.
Thank you, Senator. All right, we'll go back to the calendar next. Let's see. A motion to reconsider. Senator Harkins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 15 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1743, bonds, increase amount authorized for the Hinds County Development Project Loan Fund and allow use for construction of a parking garage.
Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is to table the motion to reconsider.
Do we need a usual motion on that? On the motion to reconsider? We do not. Okay, the motion is to table the motion to reconsider. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins, or do you have more? All right, for concurrence and non-concurrence, items 16 through 20. Anyone wish to bring up one of those? Senator McMahon.
Call up item 20 on today's calendar and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2905, City of Hattiesburg and Lamar County, reconstitute Hattiesburg Area Tourism Commission.
Senator McMahon.
My motion is we do not concur and invite conference.
The motion is to do not concur and invite conference. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Bill is passed.
I yield.
Okay, item 21 pass. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. No one wishes to bring up any of those. 32 through 41. Anyone wish to bring up any of those items? Okay, well, I've been told that we're going to pass all the way to 131. Does anyone object to that? If not, we'll go to item 131. Senator Harkins.
I'd like to skip item 131 and 132 and have them retain their place on the calendar and go to item 133 and have the title read.
Item 133, House Bill 24. Please read the title.
House Bill number 24, bonds, revise certain provisions regarding sale by political subdivisions and other instrumentalities.
Senator Harkins.
My motion is to recommit the bill for further conferencing.
Senator Harkins moves to recommit the bill for further conference. Does anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The bill's been recommitted. Thank you, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, we'll go one. So through 138, does anyone wish to bring up an item? Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 134 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 861, taxation, authorize Commissioner of Revenue to reduce the tax assessment based on additional information after order of Board of Tax Appeals.
Senator Harkins.
My motion is we adopt the conference report, and I'd like to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that we've had before us a couple of times. we installed a reverse repealer in the bill when it was on the Senate side to search out a clarification on one of the points I think was a major issue on the Senate side, and that dealt with the tolling. So what the House and the Senate agreed on, and I'll flip over to the section of the bill, line 174 starts, during the 60 days after the date the Board of Tax Appeals mailed the order, if the taxpayer provides additional documentation or information, the Commissioner may further reduce the amount due by taxpayer. The Commissioner shall have 30 days, and we added the date the taxpayer mails or otherwise provides in writing. So if they show up at the Tax Commissioner's office and hand over additional information, it could be stamped, time dated, so that is when the tolling of the 60-day period will start. We all, I believe, collectively agreed that once information was submitted, that 60 days should pause, and the Commissioner's office would have 30 days to address it and then resubmit the answer to the taxpayer, and then the rest of the 60 days would begin. So that's the only difference from the original bill that we passed in the Senate, and I'll be happy to answer any questions on the bill. If not, I move adoption of the conference report by the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? If not, motion is to adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Oh, you call the roll? Okay. All right. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 135 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill Number 865, Sales Tax, Revised Provisions Regarding Denial, Revocation of Permit Due to Unpaid Taxes.
Senator Harkins.
My motion is that we adopt the conference report, and I'll be recognized to explain the bill.
Please explain.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the ghost entity bill we talked about, where companies would rack up a tax liability and then go change the name of their operation under a new LLC or entity and continue to operate. And this gives the Commissioner on line 53, it says if the applicant taxpayer entity, the Commissioner may deny the application. Doesn't say he has to. He can obviously take a consideration of the circumstances, but he may deny the application for a permit or revoke the permit if any partner, member, principal officer, or director of such entity has failed to satisfy all the financially determined tax liabilities owed by the partner, member, principal officer, or director. It also says that there's some language about in lieu of denying or revoking the entity's permit, the Commissioner may accept an increased additional bond from the entity to cover the additional risk involved with having an individual with financial that's finally determined tax liability involved. So this is just giving the Department of Revenue the flexibility to stop companies from just continuously trying to create new entities to operate under without addressing the tax liability that they have encumbered upon themselves. So that's the definition, kind of explanation of the bill. And if there are the conference report, if there aren't any questions, I move adoption by the morning roll call.
Senator moves adoption by the use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? All right. Senator McDaniel, no. Any other no? Senator Sojourner, no. Okay. Okay. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call voting aye. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip down to item 140 and have those other items retain their place on the calendar, and go to item 140 and have the title read.
Well, okay, 137 through 139 will retain their place on the calendar. Call up item 140. Please read the title.
Senate Bill Number 2290, Homestead Exemption Application Form shall include name, date of birth, social security number, phone number, and email address of the applicant and spouse.
Senator Harkins.
May we adopt the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Blackwell to explain the conference report.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. The House rescinded from their language, so we're back on the original Senate bill that we passed earlier in the session. And basically all this does is updates the application information to include the date of birth, social security, phone number, and email address of both the owner and the spouse. That's an explanation. I'll yield for questions. If none, request passage by the use of one roll call.
Senator Hill, have a question?
Question, please.
You yield to Senator Hill for a question.
I yield.
Senator Hill.
Does the application require an email address for the person to qualify for homestead exemption?
No,
Because there's plenty of older people that don't bother with email.
that's correct. If they don't, they can probably give a family member or a neighbor, but it's not required. It's not going to disqualify them or anything.
So, but they have to list an email address of a family member or somebody, or they don't?
No, they can.
Okay. But what is required?
Well, Senator, if they don't have an email address, they don't have an email address, but they will have to put their social security and their date of birth, and hopefully they've got a phone.
I don't have a problem with social security number. Thank you.
Well, it's a requirement.
Senator Sojourner, you have a question?
Yes, sir, for a question.
Do you yield for a question, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Senator Sojourner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Blackwell. I just wanted to bring up a point that I brought up earlier regarding the Social Security number. Do you know that the Social Security Act plainly states that you do not have to have a Social Security number to live and work in the United States?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. The lawyers of the Senate on 2 different occasions have pulled that information up for me and have showed where you do not. And so I just want to bring it to the attention of this body. After much research, there are a number of older people in our state, primarily older people who live on very fixed income, and this is going to become an added tremendous burden of several $1,000s per year that they're now going to have to pay. I did not know there were people living in the state without a Social Security number. I thought everybody did, but it has come to my attention that they don't. I just do not understand why we are forcing a number that the department does not have to have, but I yield.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blackwell.
Request passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Sojourner voting no. Anyone else no? Senator Parker, do you wish to be recognized? Present. Senator Parker is present. Senator Hill is present. Seeing any others? Seeing no others, please record all others present by use of the morning roll call as voting. Senator voting present. And any others? All right, seeing no others, please record all present by use of morning roll call. All others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. All right, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 141 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2362, use tax, provides certain provisions regarding distribution of funds to municipalities for road and bridge improvements.
Senator Harkins.
Mr. President, I'd like to make the motion we adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the bill that we are using to adjust the base calculation in the use tax. Cities and counties, we excluded bond proceeds because that's obviously not yearly continuous revenue that cities and counties get to put into infrastructure. But we left out grant proceeds and loan proceeds. So that's not usual customary returning revenue that the counties and the cities have to utilize for infrastructure. And so we're removing that from their base calculation to really determine the amount that the cities and counties are putting into their infrastructure. That's all the bill does. There was a reverse repealer inserted by the House. They have rescinded from that amendment, and that's the bill before you. So it just removes, on line 72, removes grant proceeds, loan proceeds, and it also says the proceeds of bonds, which was already in statute. That's an explanation of the bill. If there are no questions, I request adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Senator requests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Harkins, do you have other?
The rest of these items, item 142, 142, retain their place on the calendar.
Items 142, 143 will retain their place on the calendar. Items 144 through 146. Senator, anyone like to take up any of those items? Going to item 147, 48. Anything, see Senator Michelle's coming up, anything before item 154 that anyone would like to bring up? Seeing none, Senator Michelle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 154, House Bill 773, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 773, Commercial Lines Modernization Act and Act.
Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we do adopt the committee report and ask to be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Commercial Lines Modernization Act that we passed 48-3. It helps bring the competitive insurance products to market quicker. We added an amendment, Chairman Harkins added an amendment to this bill, and the House agreed with our position, and so we're moving to pass the Senate position, and I'll be glad to yield to any questions and move that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Senator requests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Go to items 155 through, Senator, which item do you have? 167? All right, let's go through the page. 160, anyone before items 161? 62? Pass, and all of those will retain their place on the calendar. Items 162, 63, 64, 65, 66, 167. Senator Parker, is that the item you would like to bring up? All above will retain their place on the calendar. Item 167, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, call it up, have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1383, Economic Development Highway Act, revised definition of high economic benefit project.
Senator Parker.
Make the usual motion.
I don't think it's necessary on that.
Be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. You will remember this bill was a project for a House member concerning development in the Hattiesburg area. What it does is it changes the Highway Act to allow a business with at least $15 million of private company money to be established if they have 100 new employees in aggregate over a 5-year period, with those earning 150% of the most recently published state average annual wages. We didn't have any issue of that on the floor, but we did have a little language in here because the desire here, because this involves potentially headquarters, is that they be allowed to build someone like the district that has some mixed-use development with retail and some in the headquarters portion. And so we had an amendment on the floor from Senator Hobson that said that no more than 20% of that project could be retail in its nature. The reason we sent it to conference, we wanted to make sure that we were clear on how that 20% was delineated, and the language we have in the conference report says that the retail space is no more than 20% of the square footage of the development. So it's based on the square footage of the development. That was the only change from the way we brought it up on the floor. And I know Senator McMahon had some issues on that. I named him as a conferee so we could help iron that out. But be glad to answer any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions? Senator, you make a motion?
Seeing none, I move adoption of the conference report.
Senator requests use of the morning roll call for adoption of the conference report. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call is voting aye. Items 168, 69. Anyone wish to bring any of those two items up? 170, 171, 172, 3. How about 173 through 177? No. 178 through 185 on the next page. Anyone wish to bring up any of those items? All of those mentioned will retain their place on the calendar. 186, retain their place. 187, retain place. 88, retain place. 89, 90, 91, 92. None of those. They'll all retain their place on the calendar. 93, 94, 95, 96. I feel like Senator Chisholm, I'm an auctioneer up here. 93, 94, 95, 96. All will retain their place on the calendar. Items 197 retains place on the calendar. 198. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3050, Mississippi Public Health and Welfare Emergency Relief Act, enacted.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I move adoption of the committee's substitute in lieu of the original bill.
All in favor of the committee substitute in the original bill, please say aye. All opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, this is a vehicle. It is a vehicle which is not fully assembled. I'm here to sell you this vehicle, and I'm asking you to trust me. The general purpose of this piece of legislation is to provide for some of the COVID money that we have to get to healthcare providers and other entities that have incurred expenses which are reimbursable under the federal act. I can tell you that the House obviously has some different ideas about this, but we need to get this vehicle into conference so we can have more formal discussions with the House and figure out what we might do. But generally speaking, the concept is if you're a doctor, if you're a dentist, and you've incurred reimbursable expenses, you can file an application, and with a certain cap for each provider, each entity, you can be reimbursed up to that amount. There are a couple of other features of the bill. I would say that it extends to nonprofit organizations, to healthcare providers, to optometrists, doctors, podiatrists, just about everybody we could think of. There is a particular provision which would encourage, because the state's in the business of buying a bunch of personal protection gear and equipment, testing, all of that, would encourage some sort of collaboration between the Department of Health, the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency, and the Mississippi Development Authority to work together to see if there's any way we can help get some industries here in Mississippi actually making these substances, both to guarantee a supply for us and to try to produce some additional economic activity in the state. That's a description of the bill. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator, request use the morning roll call. Oh, we do have a question. Senator Hill for a question. Senator?
I do have a question.
Do you yield to Senator Hill, Senator Bryan?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On line 10 of the short title, it talks about requiring any political subdivision to comply with the request from the State Department of Health. So what would be the thoughts of letting the Department of Health control any other political subdivision of the state. That's a little concerning to me.
Well, I think that line 10 of what's actually the long title is explained in more detail in the bill. I think that they're just requesting information from them in order to properly administer the act. They're not taking over local government. I'm not sure quite what line in the bill that refers to.
I'm just reading where it says to allow the State Department of Health, let's see, to authorize the State Department of Health to require any political subdivision of the state to comply with a request from the State Department of Health.
And I'm trying to find out exactly what line in the bill that refers to so that I can answer your question.
Okay.
$262. Beginning on line 262, it simply says that in order to carry out the purposes of the act, the purpose of the act being to distribute these funds, the department can have other entities of government cooperate with it so that it can properly send the funds to the places they're supposed to go. It's not a general authority to take over anybody anywhere. It's the authority to get people to cooperate in distributing the funds under the act. As I say, this is an early version of this bill. I'll be happy to visit with you and make sure that
I understand. Thank you.
But I'll be happy to visit with you to make sure we have more specific language and more definite language. But we don't want anybody to take over anything. And thank you for bringing that to our attention. We'll be very precise about that in the final conference report. Thank you. I suggest use of the morning roll call.
We have another question. Senator Hobson for a question.
Question, Mr. President.
Yield Senator Hobson. Senator Bryan.
Yes.
Senator
Thank
Hobson.
you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a reference to Community Foundation on line 199 that specifies about 6 or 7 community foundations. Are those the only such organizations in the state?
Yes, I'm informed that there's an organization of community foundations, and the organization has divided the state among the community foundations so that each foundation includes every county in the state. So in this group of community foundations, every county is covered. What the community foundations would do under this act is they would be the entities that would be in charge of getting funds to nonprofit entities within their jurisdiction. The thought is that there are small nonprofits who have incurred expenses who need help. They don't really need that much help, but it means a lot to a small entity. It's way beyond the technical ability of any of us to manage all that from the state level. And the thought was that these community foundations, being closer to the people in their areas and having some sort of ongoing staff and all, could handle it, and also that they would be good, credible people to handle the money. If there are other organizations that wish to be involved, I don't think there's any objection to that.
No, I just wanted to make sure the entire state was covered through these entities.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Harkins for a question. Do you have a question?
Question.
You yield Senator Harkins for a
Yes, sir.
question. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. During our discussions, I know there's a lot of moving parts, and I know you've been busy trying to put this thing together. We talked about organ donation, and I
Yes.
didn't know what section you were going to plan on putting a reference to that in. I don't know if it was section 14 or if that's just something we're still trying to work on. I just want to make sure we're cognizant and just want to remind you.
I'm told that the definition of medical provider in section 3 is how that works its way to section 14.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir.
Senator Hill for a question.
Just one more quick question.
You yield, Senator Hill.
I'll try to have a quick answer.
Is there a administrative fee or anything that the nonprofits that you mentioned on lines 199 to 204 would collect for administering the reimbursement funds, or would anybody get an administrative fee out of it through this bill?
I think that in some places there, in this version, there's an administrative fee not to exceed 5%.
5%, so that would go to all those nonprofits, 5% of what they disperse. And we don't know yet what the total number would be, do we? Total number of funds, total amount of funds.
The total amount is capped at $5 million statewide.
$5 million statewide. That's for the total reimbursements.
That's the total amount of money that would be going to nonprofits all over the state. So as you can see, it's not a large amount of money by the time you divide it among 3 million people, but it is an amount of money that would be significant to a small nonprofit.
I'm just thinking about the amount of administrative fees that we're giving some of these state agencies to administrate a lot bigger funds, and I'm just trying to see if this is in line with what we're allowing for some of the state agencies for administration. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any further questions? No further questions. Senator Bryan?
Well,
Motion.
I would suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator Bryan requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President,
Yes, you recognize.
I request unanimous consent for immediate release.
Immediate release are requested. Any objections? Seeing no objections, immediate release is given. Senator McMahon, you had a question, or?
I want to be added as a co-author to that bill.
Please add Senator McMahon and Senator Parker as co-authors. Anyone else wish to be? McClendon? And Senator Blunt. Anyone else? Okay. All right, we've already passed the bill. So we go to the next item. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I'm going to let the nominations remain on the calendar, but as long as I'm at the podium, I would like to enter a motion to reconsider on the conference report on Senate Bill 2311, 169 on yesterday's calendar. I'd like to enter a motion to reconsider the vote by which it was adopted.
Motion, okay. Please enter it as a motion. Anyone wish to join? You are the chairman. So, has been done. All right. Senator Bryan? Okay, so we'll go to 199. Okay, so 200 through 207 retains place on the calendar unless someone objects. And then the last item is Senate nomination number 35, which is also public health, where it changes place on the calendar. So, any further business? Before we go to Senator Polk? Oh, we do have announcements, that's right. Anyone have any announcements? Got those. Seeing no announcements. Senator Parker?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to announce Economic and Workforce Development will meet immediately after recess in 216 to bring up a quick COVID-related bill.
Okay, any further announcements? Anyone adjourn in memory? Senator Harkins.
I need to call a meeting of the Finance Committee after recess in 216 to take up a local and private that just came out of committee. It probably won't take 2 minutes.
Okay.
Wait. We'll do it after
Recess.
Senator Parker's committee.
After Senator Parker's committee, yes. Immediately following. Okay, Senator, any other announcements? Seeing none, Senator Pope.
Mr. President, I have an announcement first.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Adjourn in memory. This morning about 3 o'clock, one of my very good friends from Hattiesburg passed away. His name was Don Suber. He was such a good friend that when I had no money in a campaign account, he decided he would be my campaign finance manager. And we did quite well, thanks to him. Another thing about him, he was the CEO of Merchants Food Service, which is right now one of the largest independent food service distributors in the United States. He is also the cousin of my colleague Ben Suber, and we'd like for y'all to remember his family and adjourn in memory.
Okay, first we have, before your motion, Senator Horn, would you like to be recognized or have an
Thank
announcement?
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to be added as a co-author, Senate Bill 3050.
Please name, no objection, Senator Horn will be named as co-author. Any other announcements? Senator Pope?
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, I'd like on that adjourn in memory to add Senator Fillingane.
Please add Senator Fillingane.
Now,
Senator Pope.
I'll make a motion. We stand in recess until 2 p.m. today.
Senator Pope moves the Senate stand in recess till 2 p.m. today. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senate stands in recess.
I'll send it back to order. I'd like to inform the members of the Senate, how many, it's 30 what? Of 189 conference reports we have had, 36 filed. So we would sincerely appreciate if you would attempt to get with the members of the House as quickly as possible and file your reports. We have a long way to go. I mean, it's Thursday. Does any senator want to bring up an item on the calendar? Any senator want to bring up an item on the calendar? Anyone want to bring up any item on the calendar? Any announcements?
Please, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I would like to announce that the Mississippi Blood Service will be accepting donation of blood donations until 4 o'clock today. And if you donate blood today, they will give you a nice duffel bag. You have a choice of 2 colors, red or black and red. So please go over there and donate today.
Thank you, Senator Frazier. A worthy cause. Senator McClendon, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Announcement, please.
Please proceed.
Or excuse me, introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, I would like the Senate to welcome Mr. and Mrs. Sam Lauderdale from Hernando, Mississippi. Sam has stepped out because he's such a hard-working State Farm agent. Sam is a 20-year member of the Hernando Board of Aldermen, just retired. Please give him a warm welcome.
Yep. Welcome. Senator Kirby, you're recognized for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call a Rules Committee meeting upon recess, 5 minutes after recess today, please.
5 minutes after recess today. Rules Committee in what location, Senator? Senator Kirby, was that in your office, Senator?
Pro Tem's office.
In the President Pro Tem's office. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Senator Butler, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Mr. President, adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
Today, I would like the Senate to help me to adjourn in memory for Miss Judy Lacey. Judy Lacey was a member. She worked here at the Capitol, and she also worked in the Supreme Court as a clerk, I believe. And she lives in Raymond, Mississippi, and we would like to adjourn in memory of her.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Doty?
Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
I would like to adjourn today in memory of Ms. Martha Bowling from Brookhaven.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else? Anyone else? Before we get to Senator Polk, we'll announce tomorrow, but it is appearing that because of the delays that we're having in the conference committee report, and also, as you know, Senator Hobson's father will be married tomorrow, so that will cause us to tomorrow. Senator Hobson's father will be married tomorrow, so he will be out, so that will cause us to address some appropriations, most likely on Saturday. So we'll announce first thing in the morning, but most likely we'll be working on Saturday. As to any day after that, we're hopeful no, but I will let you know tomorrow. So, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m. today or until the last conference or committee report is filed, at which time the journal will reflect that we are adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
till 9 a.m. Motion is to adjourn until 9 a.m. in the morning tomorrow. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you.